believe, what is the very first intergovernmental roundtable on solid waste. Is that correct? The first one. Excellent. Welcome, everyone. Nice to see a lot of faces here this morning. It is Thursday, October 2nd, 2025, and I would first like to acknowledge that we are located on the traditional territories of the Shishal and Skohomish nations. I'd like to call this meeting to order. It is 9:34 a.m. It's not a meeting, it's more of a roundtable, casual discussion here this morning. We have an agenda. It is not on the website, so for all our public at home, I'll just do a quick overview of the agenda in case you want to know what's coming up. We'll start at 9:45 with a backgrounder, so a little bit of a status update on solid waste services. Then we'll move on to a status update on the solid waste management plan, and then followed by a Q&A. We'll take a short break, and then we're going to look to the past and look at the history of the feasibility studies on long-term disposal options that have happened in the past years. Then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll be back at 12:40 to turn to the future and look at the options for a long-term solid waste here on the coast. And then followed by Q&A. And then we should wrap it up by 2:30. All right. That's going to be a big day. So we'll do some introductions. There's lots of faces here around the table. I'm going to start on the corner over there. If you'd like to introduce yourself and your position, and if you are an elected, your name and the local government you are representing. We're going to go clockwise.
Hi, so I'm Mark Soul, manager of solid waste here at the Sunshine Coast Regional District, and part of the team that's working on our disposal issues here on the coast and also updating our solid waste management plan.
Remco Roosboom, general manager, SCRD.
Hi, I'm Veronica Bartlett, working for Dillon Consulting, and I'm here on behalf of Stantec.
I'm Carrie McIver, and I'm really the retired principal of Carrie McIver and Associates Limited, but Remco asked me to come back. So, solid waste professional.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Dr. Tony Sperling, representing Sperling Hansen Associates. We're a landfill engineering firm in North Vancouver. Thank you.
I'm Dave Douglas with the District of Sechelt.
Emmanuel Machado, I'm the CEO of the town of Gibsons.
Good morning. Andrew Allen, Director of Planning and Development for District of Sechelt.
Good morning. I'm Adam Bullock with the District of Sechelt.
Good morning. Kelly Bax. I represent Huesum Roberts Creek at the Regional District Board.
Morning, Councillor DeAndrade, Town of Gibsons.
Darren Inkster, District of Sechelt Councillor and Director at the Regional District.
Leonard Lee, SCRD Director for Area A, Pender Harbour, Egmont.
Donna McMahon, SCRD Director for Area E, Elphinstone.
Good morning, Kate Louise Stanford, Rural Area Director for Alcatsum, Howe Sound in the Islands.
Excellent. Thank you very much. There's also a few staff scattered around. Thank you for being here. And I'm Justine Gabias, and I'm the Area Director for Half Moon Bay, Wolkwai. And so that's introductions. That was quick. We're ahead of schedule. Wonderful. So we'll start with Manager Soul regarding the backgrounder and status update on solid waste services. So whenever you're ready. Well, while this is going on, we also have some people online. I'm sorry, I didn't even care to look. We have, who do we have? We have our CAO online. Nice to see you.
Yeah, so I'm going to start the day off with a bit of a summary of our current solid waste system, which kind of gives us a bit of an overview of where we are at on the coast and some of the issues that we're facing going forward. So currently on the coast, we have 1 active landfill, 1 transfer station, 3 privately run recycling depots, 3 green waste drop-off locations on the coast, and a smattering of curbside collection on the south coast. So we have some challenges here on the Sunshine Coast. We have some hauling challenges as we drive up and down the coast. We've also got reduced competition amongst contractors, which all contribute to higher costs. And our other big challenge is that the Sechelt landfill is expected to reach capacity in 2030 to 2032. And it is currently our only approved and functional waste disposal option. So this is a bit of a map showing the situation on the coast. Most of our facilities are spread out in the community hubs on the coast and collected towards the ocean side there. We have a number of programs that are quite popular, from our backroad trash bass, islands cleanup. We do a number of educational campaigns online throughout the year. We have some very popular programs like our Waste Reduction Initiatives program, or RIP, home composter rebates, and also curbside garbage and food waste pickup in the regional district areas, in addition to curbside in Town of Gibson's, Sechelt Nation Government District, and District of Sechelt. So to summarize some of our successes here, which Veronica and Carrie will touch on in a little bit as well, recently we completed a project to relocate our contact water pond. This is the water that basically comes into contact with the non-closed areas of the landfill, and so we have to divert and contain that water to ensure it doesn't run off and enter streams or anything like that. So we relocated that pond, and that's bought us an additional 5 to 7 years, which is to be confirmed later this winter when we do our annual survey. Since over the last 10 years or so, we've also implemented some new diversion programs, and we have more in the works coming up. We have 2 programs that we're hoping to present at the 2026 budget. One to make our ocean plastics depot a permanent service, as well as a new recycling option for furniture, which has some pretty high potential for providing some additional landfill life over the next couple of years. Something that is worth pointing out, and that our team from Dillon and Stantec will reiterate again, is that the Sunshine Coast has a really great diversion rate and a really high really successful disposal rate per capita. So if we compare ourselves to other places that are nearby here, we're actually doing quite well, which is to say that our systems that we have on the coast are actually functioning fairly well. Not to say there's room for improvement, but what we have is working well compared to some of our neighbors. And currently, too, we are also in the process of updating our solid waste management plan. And one of the big gaps in that draft plan currently is figuring out our long-term disposal option, which is the big theme of today's meeting. So let's have a look at our 2011 plan, which is our previous/current plan that's in place. So one of those main goals of that plan was to work towards zero waste. And it led to a number of programs that have been implemented over the past decade, such as Islands Cleanup, Backroad Trash Bash. We've ramped up curbside, particularly food waste, organics waste disposal ban at our landfill, and a number of diversion and grant programs in the community. We also looked at some other options on the coast here and decided not to implement them, with curbside recycling being a big one there, because our depots are working relatively well, as indicated by that diversion rate on the previous slide. So I'm happy to answer any questions on our current system if we have them, before we move on to talking about our solid waste management plan update.
Thank you so much for the state of affairs of solid waste. I do have a speakers list. I'll start with Councillor D'Andrade.
Thank you. I was happy to see that the Clear Bags program has been discussed but not implemented. I'm sure the discussion is around barriers, but where are we in terms of being able to implement this program?
Yeah, thank you. I think there's a capacity issue with some of the challenges that we're facing to implement something like that. I have been following clear bag programs on the East Coast that have been implemented with great success, I might add, in terms of enforcement towards contamination. I think one of the key barriers that we have here is when it comes to curbside, we don't have curbside recycling across the coast. There is a discrepancy in service levels, and so that is going to make it challenge to enforce something like a clear bag program, because there are certainly members of our community that may not be able to physically or for other reasons get their recyclables to a depot. So there could be some equity challenges in implementing a clear bag program without a consistent program across the coast here.
GM Rosenboom?
Maybe to add to that, there was actually several staff reports related to this presented to the board. I think it was a prior term. I think it was 2020, 2021. So if there's an interest, we're more than happy to find them and distribute them to the attendees today.
Great. Yeah, if you would like to have access to those reports, we could get those for you. Excellent. Director Bax.
Yeah, thank you. I'm wondering about, I know that there's some private enterprises that deal with clothing and materials, and do we have any kind of interaction with them, any kind of education program that we, to let people know that there are recycling available for clothing?
Yeah, staff.
Yeah, thank you. So here on the coast, we have Diabetes Canada, which is a big nonprofit that operates across the country, and they have recently expanded in the last 2 years or so onto the Sunshine Coast. So we have Diabetes Canada bins currently at Seashell Landfill and Pender Harbour Transfer Station, and they've also partnered with private businesses as well in a couple spots around the coast. And people can bring their used clothing and everything and drop them off in those bins. So there is currently a diversion option for it on the coast through that nonprofit, and it comes at no cost to taxpayers. There's no tipping fee, no charges. Diabetes Canada runs a self-sustaining program with these bins.
Great, thank you. Director McMahon.
Yes. What is the status of private companies offering curbside recycling pickup? I know that there's a few. Do we know how many members of the public are taking advantage of it and which companies there are?
Yeah, thanks. So we do know there are private companies offering it. They typically don't share data like that with us. It may be a kind of a sensitive topic for some of them. We do know that cost is a bit of a barrier when it comes to private curbside recycling pickup. But it's certainly an option across the coast. If folks do really want to and they can afford it, they can choose to pursue that. And I do see a handful in various communities on the coast here, so it is being used by people.
Great, and I will ask a question. I'll jump in. What's the status of the Ocean Plastics Depot? Is this coming back? Can we expect it to come back? And any update would be great.
Yeah, so we had to close the depot temporarily while our contact water prone project went ahead, because the Ocean Plastics Depot bins were kind of located right where the construction site was. I know currently that the nonprofit that runs this program, Ocean Legacy Foundation, is working with our staff to empty those bins out at their recycling facility in Richmond, and that we should be able to reopen the bin in the very near future here, I think by the end of the month potentially, once they can schedule the swap out there.
Wonderful, wonderful news. Thank you so much. Director Bax?
Yeah, so this is a bit of a bigger question. I wonder what kind of advocacy that we are doing to encourage diversion before it actually reaches the consumer. And so I'm talking about the packaging industry and the local. I know that one of the local grocery stores, they switched from their plastic bags in their deli to paper wrap to get rid of plastics. And there's a lot of jurisdictions that are banning plastic bags, like disposable items and things like that. And I wonder if you know of any kind of program that's maybe national in its nature to talk with the packaging industry to try to take the really bad packaging out of the system before it even reaches us.
All right. Thank you, Director Bax. Jim Rosenboom, you have an answer?
Thank you. Advocacy is usually done by the board and less by staff, so I'm not aware of any recent activities on that front. However, those kind of programs are usually also managed by the province. It's usually province collaborating with industry on those kind of issues. So it's usually really the role of SRD is more supporting the province in those activities. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have Manager Sol here who wants to jump in.
Yeah, and I'll just add as well that I have discussed this topic not through the SCRD, but in prior positions with members of the province on their staff. And there's an interesting story that one of them shared with me in that he's had conversations with a number of companies about changing their packaging practices and material choices. And he shared that one of the big, well-known electronic companies that we're probably all familiar with had said to him that the market in BC and Canada as a country is small enough compared to their overall business operation that they would simply stop selling products in British Columbia or Canada before it made economic sense to switch from, say, styrofoam packaging to another material. So it is a much bigger problem that even just the province of BC to address. It certainly goes up to the national level and would require probably some coordination between countries even to force some of these producers to change their packaging practices.
All right. Thank you. And yeah, making a note here to add solid waste or diversion to our advocacy opportunities. And I know that AVICC has been doing quite a bit of work with circular economy stuff, so we definitely could have a conversation about that. All right. Anyone else with questions for staff before we move on? All right. Looks pretty good. Thank you, Manager Sol, for this. Now we're going to jump into the status update of the solid waste management plan. And we have, so it is Ms. Bartlett who will be, or Ms. McIver? Okay. All right.
Veronica Bartlett will take the first part and then she will switch with Carrie McIver.
Team effort. Wonderful.
Great. Well, I'm just going to build on what Mark has been talking about and add a little bit more detail in certain places. But yeah, I'm just going to do some brief introductions of who we are and then go through the solid waste management plan, the update process, so that you understand where we're coming from and what we've been doing for the last couple of years. And then we'll be talking about just a little bit more about how we're comparing against other regions, and then give you an overview of what we are proposing in terms of strategies in the new solid waste management plan, or the updated plan. And then we'll also cover cost recovery and funding, sort of some of the upcoming considerations that we need to look at, and then next steps, what's happening after this. So I'm sure you're already thinking about that is a very strange accent. I grew up in Sweden and then I lived in New Zealand for 10 years. That's where I started my solid waste planning career. And then I moved to Canada, and I've been living here and enjoying life and have a family on the North Shore since 2012. So I have been really working in solid waste planning for over 15 years. And in BC, I've been participating in at least 9 different plans and multiple reviews of solid waste management plans. Over to Carrie.
I was the manager of solid waste for the Regional District of Nanaimo for 24 years, and I led the development of the RDN Zero Waste Program. I also managed the landfill, and that's where I met Tony Spearling in maybe 2000, probably, 1999, doing a GeoGrid reinforced berm for us to get more landfill capacity. I retired at 60 and has been consulting since 2013. I've done over 10 plans here in the province. I am virtually retired. And so that means that kind of I've lost my mojo a little bit. When I hear about packaging and curbside, it's like, oh God, we've been doing this for 30 years. But I'm really keen on where this plan is going. So that's why I said, yes, I will come back. So that's me.
So then just want to give you an overview of the planning process. And I know that many of you have been part of and informed that process to date. But just so that everyone's clear, that so it's under the BC Environmental Management Act that regional districts they're required to have a solid waste management plan. And that's to outline how you're going to manage organics, recycling, garbage. Yeah, so what's to do with all these different aspects and really outline what are the key focus areas going forward. And you're looking at a 10-year time period. So the region first developed, the Sunshine Coast Regional District developed its first solid waste management plan back in 1995 and then did an amendment to 2005 and then again in 2011. And that was this zero waste plan that had a lot of robust, lots of public input and stakeholder engagement. And in 2021, the regional district initiated this sort of 2-phase process for, with the purpose of, and the first part of the process was amending the plan with the purpose of adding this sort of option to be able to temporarily export waste out of the region if needed, just as a backup option. This and the second phase of the process involves like a review and the update of the solid waste management plan. So that's where we came in as Morrison Hirschfield, and that got acquired and it changed name to Stantec. And so we were part of the Stantec team, and we've been working with the regional district since I think even 2022. The planning process typically takes probably about 2 years, I would say. If they're more complex, it can take longer than that. So that's why it's a very important process to have engagement throughout the whole all steps. And the steps are actually outlined by the ministry's guideline documents from 2016. So that's what we're following. It has 4 different steps. And it started off with recruiting this interested community and technical members to this Public and Technical Advisory Committee, PTAC we call it. And so this is a really important group that we help to establish with the regional district to ensure that we have a diverse representation and can really understand and come up with solutions that are really grounded in local context and really made on the Sunshine Coast sort of plan. The second step involved this robust sort of review of what's working, what can be improved, what sort of successes can we build on and expand on. So that's where we also had input from the public via an online survey. And in step 3, that's where we've been discussing different strategy options with PTAC and regional district staff, and also the board has been involved there. And the regional district in parallel, while we've been talking about lots of other aspects of the plan, the regional district have been working hard on like trying to find the best long-term disposal option. So the sort of three key interest groups that we've been involving is as I said, the PTAC, and I just wanted to, they had very good input and shared lots of ideas at all these different meetings. First, at the beginning, with understanding what are the real challenges that we need to really address with this plan, and also establishing guiding principles and evaluation criteria. So how are we going to look at these options? And then we've had individual meetings focusing on different topics. So since October 2023 into April 24, that is really like trying to understand what are the best strategies and actions that we want to put in the plan. So we call those preferred strategies and actions. And we have brought them to the board as well. So public engagement, as I said, was mainly around like this online survey, and there'll be a second phase once we have a draft plan. And the board has been involved in terms of appointing the PTAC, receiving staff updates on a regular basis, and also provided feedback in October last year on some of the preferred strategies and action that we brought forward. Over to Carrie in terms of like how, before we get into what we're saying in the plan, but maybe providing a bit more detail on performance.
Yeah, so as Veronica showed in past slides, this planning process has been going on since the 90s. Regional districts have been doing their solid waste plans, updating their solid waste plans. I was involved right from 1989, and we always had the discussion on, well, how well are you doing? We're setting these targets. We're going to be diverting 50%. How much are you diverting? And we'd be at a table like this with solid waste staff from various regional districts, and they'd say, I'm diverting 60, I'm diverting 40, I'm diverting this. But then you'd find out everybody was measuring different things. So in 2013, one of the first projects I had as a consultant was helping to develop a waste disposal calculator, because what goes over your scales is measured, and it's apples to apples for all the regional districts. Because we all wanted to know, we're putting these programs in place, what are the results? So the Ministry of Environment has a call for waste numbers every year. The last time they have printed was 2022, and I'll just go to the next slide. The number that Mark referenced was actually 2021, Mark. And because I'm retired, I didn't go, oh my God, I've got to tell Mark. And, because it's good news. You actually did better. In 2022, you were down to 372. And that can correlate to your organics collection, your organics ban. And that's what we wanted to know. Putting a lot of money in this, how well are we doing? And, Squamish Lillooet was the lowest, Sunshine Coast, Fraser Valley, Capital, Central Coast. You are, as Mark said in his memo, you are doing really well, probably at a fairly high cost. You put a lot of money into diversion. I'm going to go to the next one. And you can see then that you've gone from 2011 down to even, you were 372 in 2022, up a little bit higher in 2024, because what's been happening is that the waste diversion calculator, we wanted it to be apples to compare nationally, internationally, et cetera. And what we did is it includes your municipal solid waste, but also construction demolition waste. And what's been happening in the last while with various disasters, with fires, with floods, with a lot of construction, is a regional district may have done really well at their curbside recycling and disposal bans, but their numbers way up there because of construction demolition. So I don't know if they're going to try to change it. It would be a really good thing going forward to separate your regular municipal solid waste from your construction demolition. But the message here is, you've done really, really well. And so the 14 strategies that Veronica is going to speak to have been prepared following the waste pollution prevention hierarchy: reduce, reuse, recycle, recovery, and then residuals management. And next slide.
I think
That's
over
you.
to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at the start of the process, I mentioned that with PTAC, we looked at, oh, these colors come up funny. But with the guidance provided by the province, they are proposing 8 guiding principles. So we looked at those and we thought, are these relevant to us? And we just made sure that they reflected the region's vision of like local solutions, local recycling and waste disposal solutions, supporting local jobs and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And I think increasing climate resilience were some of the themes that sort of came through PTAC. So in the end, we agreed to 9 guiding principles, and it was like, we don't need to read them all, but it's about prioritizing the first 3 levels of the hierarchy and really trying to divert the organics, or first reduce waste generation in the first place, but also diverting organics recycling away from landfills. Some strong emphasis on cost effectiveness, collaboration, and also user pay. And we'll get into that a little bit later on. So these principles, they really form the basis of the strategies and actions that we looked at. And now the next 2 slides, I will be just giving you an overview of the 14 sort of proposed strategies that we are saying that they would be suitable to have in the draft plan. So each one comes with new actions to implement, and these have all been brought to PTAC, and with that we have discussed like the implications on overall costs. We have talked about implications on staffing, and we have also brought that lens of like what's the bang for your buck in terms of waste diversion potential. So that's helped to weed things out. There were a few things that didn't end up in it that we called preferred strategies. So we've determined suitability and priority together with PTAC. So this first slide shows one strategy that is focused on waste prevention, so reduce and reuse, and then the last 7 are relating to recycling and organics diversion. And the next slide covers energy recovery and residual waste management. So, and I just want to emphasize, like this is not a meeting where we're going to go through them all. So I encourage you all to access this draft plan when it becomes available with all the details, and we'll be very interested to hear feedback. So in terms of it's really building on the successes to date. So like with the reduction, reuse and repair, looking at repair opportunities, doing some pilots with like swaps, and doing increasing the RIP, the Waste Reduction Initiative program. And on the recycling and organic side of things, it's like a focus on improving opportunities for local businesses and for residents. And I think in terms of advocacy, it's really, we're highlighting in the plan to the need to signal to the province the need for improved producer responsibility. For example, with packaging, to actually focus in on the reduction and not just on the recycling. So that's in the plan, and you'll be pleased to see that, Director Banks. What else? We have the regional district wanting to focus on education and compliance monitoring of. So you already have bylaws in place in terms of that are there to encourage people from not disposing divertible materials into a landfill, but they can be better. Like people can be made more aware of them. So education and working with haulers and the private industry will be really important. And also on the enforcement side, actually having better capacity at the scale and the landfill, the inspections and so on, to actually enforce, so that there's also a fair that these fees and variable tipping fees are applied consistently. And the strategy with focus on construction, demolition and renovation. There's also emphasis on tourist waste, seasonal residents and event waste. and wildlife management. So unfortunately, this is not the meeting to go through them all, but I just wanted to give you an overview. And the last strategies relate to energy recovery, and here we're referring to the capture of an energy embodied in non-recyclable waste. So acknowledging that I think for the regional district, it's good to be informed of what's out there, but we're not saying that this is going to be, there's no capital investment involved with an energy recovery in this plan. We have 4 strategies relating to residual waste management, of which strategy number 10 is the one that it's still outstanding in terms of the long-term disposal options, and that's brought us here today. So at the moment, that is the missing piece in this sort of main components of the plan. We have of course, the disposal option will and the cost will need to be considered in strategy 14 about long-term cost recovery. So those pieces come hand in hand. Strategy 14 is around cost-effective waste management and long-term cost recovery. And now Carrie is going to get more into the costing side and how it relates to the landfill.
So it's clear that this solid waste management plan update process has been in 2 phases. We've been forging ahead on the first 3 Rs and waiting to get the sort of recommended disposal strategy. And in terms of this plan, the key issue is landfill capacity. Next slide. And so, as Mark has already said, you have 1 landfill for garbage disposal. You have got an additional 5 to 7 years because you've relocated the contact water pond. So you've got a bit of time to review the best long-term option. And you also have temporary waste export is currently allowed. It was in your 2021 amendment. Next slide, please. So the issue that has been facing regional districts throughout BC has been the landfill regulations. And this shows in 1975, it was just make sure the landfills are located and operated in a manner that was controlling pollution, that you weren't burning, you were covering. 1993, the landfill criteria for municipal solid waste looked at landfill management and open burning restrictions and the financial security aspect of closure. So if we think of our landfills in BC 50 years ago, they were dumps. There's a depression out there, that's where we put our garbage. And they didn't cost the local government much at all. By 1993, for example, myself working for the Regional District of Nanaimo, Nanaimo had to build in 1991. They opened a lined landfill with leachate collection, et cetera, had much higher costs for disposal. In 2016, the ministry updated the landfill criteria, and the issue there was new standards and operating procedures to ensure better environmental protection. So if, as a regional district, your landfill had a phased operations plan and that you were going to go into a new lateral phase, that you needed to have a liner and leachate collection. So it's kind of moving away from quite a few landfills still in the province do not have liners. And I know on plans that I worked with the Regional District of Central Kootenay, big issues there because they're expanding, they have to put a liner and leachate collection, really big costs. I want to go to the next. So that's the point. You're going to see significant future costs relating to waste disposal due to your liabilities, your long-term liability for the landfill, your closure costs, and the development of a future disposal option. So every regional district in BC has been dealing with this, and solid waste has been becoming more of a cost center because of the need to get in better environmental protection. So your new plan, which you've got all of the numbers for now for the diversion programs, has to now plug in whatever decisions are made today and going forward by the board for what the costs will be for disposal. And the plan, the ministry requires that you do a 10-year financial plan. So you start looking at current and proposed capital and operating expenditures, the funding gaps, and how are you going to fund it. And I'll go backwards to say, you know, back in the 90s, RDN, we had a 3 Rs plan, a lot of great programs. That wasn't plugged into the budget. It was just something we're going to do it, and we did some, we didn't do others. I think by the 2000s, where regional districts had to do 5-year financial plans, we started saying, okay, and many regional districts have done this, if you've approved your solid waste management plan, you've looked at it over 5, in some case 10 years, the plan is approved. Going forward, the board has to approve the budget every year, but it's kind of like, you said you were going to do this. We looked at how we were going to do it. So it is really, I would say, the big difference in planning now is costs are really important. They become very sophisticated, and you really need to be able to say, how are you going to recover the costs of environmentally proper solid waste management? So currently, you fund your system through taxes, user fees, tipping fees, sale of recyclables, financial incentives, and grants, reserves, and borrowing. That's pretty well, every regional district does that. What I did, and this was data from 2023, and this was for, I think, last year at a PTEC meeting, was to say, okay, let's look at your typical, your neighboring regional districts in the coast. How much are they funding their system through tipping fees and how much through taxes? Now, this took a bit of time because I had to look at every financial plan for each of those regional districts. I stripped out grants because they're different every year, the surplus budget, et cetera. This is just, which predominantly most regional districts are funding, taxes and tipping fees. And this shows that you've got the regional district of Mount Waddington, tipping fees are 61%, taxes are 39%. Alberni-Cloudquet and the RDN are basically tipping fees. The Capital Regional District, 100% tipping fees. You're at 37%, at least you were in 2023, tipping fees and taxes. So you can see everyone's different, and they're different because of the size of the community, the geography, and really what their landfill regulations are. But you can see that that's a big decision you have to make. How are you going to fund this going forward? Next slide, please. So this was easy to do because tipping fees are on everyone's webpage, so that was a 10-minute update. But you can see then that you go from Metro Vancouver, it's hard to say what their tipping fee is, Tony? How can you really say what it is? Because they've got a weird thing, but let's say 141. Mount Waddington 150, Alberni-Cloudquet 145, RDN 155, CRD 155, you're at 165, but it goes up. You see the Cowichan and Valley Regional District exporting at 204, District of Sechelt at 244. Squamish, sorry, I keep saying Squamish at 244. And then this was a big increase this year for Cathet, 420, because they have a brand new resource recovery system and they are exporting. So you can see there's a range of tipping fees out there. Next slide.
Okay. Coming back to the next steps. So now we set the scene and the importance of designing the disposal option and how that influences your finances. So with we're hoping today and for in the coming months to have some agreement in terms of a long-term disposal option, which is the missing piece here for before we can fully draft the solid waste management plan and finalize it, or finalize the draft plan, because that's the document that we would bring out to seek community feedback on, bring to municipalities, local First Nation communities. So it is really important to have everything and understand all the different pieces. So these are just approximate timelines, of course, and then after taking into account feedback, we would see if there's any changes that we need to make to the plan, and then finalizing it and bringing it to the board for final approval before we the regional district would submit it to the province. And I think with that, we are open to take some questions. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this great presentation. And thank you for Thank you to staff for organizing this roundtable. I think it's really important to get that information before, because we have some big decisions coming this fall. And so it's great to have that information, all of us together in the room hearing the same thing. I know, Director Inkster, you wanted to ask a question, or you still, yeah?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The information that was presented was handy. It reminded me of what's happened historically on the Sunshine Coast, and I was happy to note, based on Carrie's background, that we were higher in status than the regional district of Nanaimo. So I was happy to see those figures. I remember when Seashelt went to diversion in the early 2000s, and I'm hoping that the figures that we would be presented today, and maybe we can find them to see when that, because I knew there would be a change in disposal once we went to diversion, because we were there. There's some community-based places where you bring stuff to, but when you have all the homes participating in a diversion system, the blue box, we've added others. Not sure how effective they are, but that's a philosophical debate. But the blue box system, I noticed, was very well used. And it's easy to spot because they're large and you drive by and they're all out. So you know everyone's diversion. So I wanted to see the figures that go back to that, if we have them in the regional district, to see if there's a change in disposal into the landfill at that point. And that was, I think, 2005, 6, 7. So that's important to me, because it was where the Sunshine Coast started to move into diversion, but as far as I know, it started the District of Seashelt. I also know that in the early 2000s, the landfill prediction of closure was a few years. And this is in the early 2000s, and this gives those that think that it's an insurmountable task to try to figure out how we're going to deal with a potential closure and or continuous use of the landfill. I don't know if Manny remembers, but because I'm trying to think of it, it was the early 2000s. I was at the regional district, later 2000s at the regional district, and it was just a few years. I think it was less than 10 that we were told that it was going to close. I thought it was 5 or 6 years. And do you remember, Manny? Maybe not. Okay, you're shaking your head. So it's a tough one, but it would give hope to those that think that our task is difficult, but also would give hope to those that think that there's alternatives. Because, like I said, it was supposed to close 10 years ago. I think the maximum was 10 years ago. So that would have meant it was already closed 10 years ago, and then we would have had to have found an alternative and or considering shipping it off coast, which other municipalities do, which I'd rather not send our garbage to other people. It's not really responsible. So those are just my thoughts, because we've done some good things. And I think it shows here, but it just shows what we've avoided, sort of garbage Mageddon on the Sunshine Coast by a few years. So thanks.
So I think I can say that diversion works is the message. It's made a big difference. And
yeah, I think so. I think so, yeah.
Ms. McIver?
Since we're ahead of time, I could make a comment, I think. And I think that the numbers would show the change in 1995. To get a good picture, you had to make sure you had the waste going over the scales, et cetera. And I think that what we've seen across the province is those regional districts with a low disposal rate have got all the low-hanging fruit. Curbside recycling, residential, organics, et cetera. And the rest is going to be tougher to get, because we're talking about the system. I get a little bit depressed when I think we've got the same consumer society that we had when I started doing this in 1989. The other thing to remember, though, is that as you've got your disposal rate down, there's an issue that many regional districts had to face called the death spiral. Bring back to how you're financing your system. If your system's financed through tipping fees and you're successful in getting less waste, you're getting less money. So you've got to consider what your tax implication's going to be. And so many were worried if our tipping fees went up too high, we're going to get leakage out. But I think the important thing to say is, yeah, over the last 30 years, we've done a really good job. And I think BC is really best in Canada and can stand up to the rest of the world with the programs and policies we have in place. But now we have to look at the cost of it all.
Thank you so much for that. Jim Rosenboom? Yeah.
Thank you. I think there are, yes, diversion with the more diversion, the more landfill life you create. I think the other thing that changed over the last 20, 25 years is our actual operations of the landfill. We've been way more able to reduce the amount of material that we have to bring in to build layers in between garbage, the intermediate cover and the final cover. So I think it's both that we really upped our game last several years, and that's why we have been able to extend it until where it is right now. And just as a reminder, our landfill was built in '68. So way prior to any regulations or whatever. So the fact that we were still hanging in there, I think they were still operating is an achievement in itself, but we're getting close to the end, yes.
Thank you so much for that. I have Councillor DeAndrade, then Director Bax, and then Director McMahon.
Thank you. Since capacity, landfill capacity seems to be the top issue, I wonder, going back to the clear bags and the private curbside collection, if there has been really a cost-benefit analysis done against if it's worth it to pay more for some private company in the areas that we don't have, plus implement the clear bags because, and also perhaps your experience on municipalities that have adopted the program, the Clear Bags program. I know this is kind of new. I believe it's new. But if there's a cost-benefit analysis that was dated at the end, if there is a chance to increase the life of the landfill 1 or 2 years or more. So if this analysis has been made.
Thank you for the question. GM Rosenboom.
Thank you. So as part of the solid waste management process, as just outlined, there is a wide variety of potential strategies that have been assessed by PTAC, and they're all assessed based on their cost, their impact to the organization, as well as their potential to increase the landfill life of a landfill. And at the October, we're planning to, on the October 23rd, Committee of the Whole meeting, we're hopeful that we can present an updated draft to the board for their consideration. And I can see almost 3 sets of strategies, three type of categories of recommendations. Some will be relevant to improve how we currently do our operations. Can we improve our current services to increase the landfill life? Can we increase the enforcement or compliance and enforcement of our current services? There might be some others where we can say, hey, we can introduce a new service. Manager Sol already talked about furniture recycling, which is a new service to increase the landfill life. And there will be others which might not immediately result in an increased landfill life, but might result in an improved service to the community. So in general, you can see 3 buckets: improving current services, creating new services, both focused on increasing landfill life, and others. So that assessment will answer the question about where clear bags will sit. And based on my information, as far as I now have it, it's not one of the most cost-effective measures to increase the landfill life. So the cost effectiveness of all these measures is being assessed and will be included and presented at that time to the board for their consideration.
Great. Thank you, Jim Rosenboom. And I have Ms. Bartlett with some comments as well.
Is it okay if I just in terms of more like what we're including in the plan, I think what we just want to do is so you have a bylaws in place already with differential tipping fees. So if people bring materials that shouldn't be in the waste, and there are options to divert them, people have to pay a much higher tipping fee. So it's called differential tipping fee. But at the moment, that's not being implemented very well. So we have emphasized, like, let's try to do better with what you have first and really work with the haulers and to communicate to businesses what's like their requirements and also at the scale when they come in and part of the inspection and so on. And we also have here that as part of the plan is to actually, as you're saying, do like that kind of review of like, is it working? Like once we actually emphasize more education and enforcement, if it's still not working, are there other tools that we should be working with? For example, the clear bags. So we've got there, like we're proposing that after, like usually you do an effectiveness review after 5 years of the plan. That's a good time when you're like, is this working? What other options are in there? And that's when we're looking at like, is there a bylaw that you could have for waste sorting such as, like I know the RDN are just implementing that sort of, it's a very new bylaw, waste hauler licensing or requirements for clear bags. So it's in there, but we're saying, let's try to do better with what you have first.
Good. Thank you so much for that. Director Bax, you are next.
With Chair's indulgence, I have 2 points that I'd like to discuss from all that we've heard today. Ms. MacGyver talked about how we're still within this consumer society, and I am the father of a 19-year-old boy, and when I put the garbage out, I find a lot of recyclable stuff in my garbage can, and it infuriates me. I hate to throw my son under the bus, but that's what happens. And so I wonder if we're talking about education now, have we worked with the school district to educate young people within the school to create citizens that recognize the value of waste diversion? Is that part of the plan? Have we gone into the schools and worked with SD 46?
Interesting question. Has this happened in the past? Yes, Manager Soul, please.
Yeah, so I'll touch on our Waste Reduction Initiatives program. Practically every round that I've seen has an application from a school district, a particular teacher, a daycare program, something that deals with children, essentially. So that was one of the key programs in our last plan from 2011 that targeted schools. In addition, we do have teachers that reach out here and there for information. But I will say that this is an area where we probably could do better and could be captured in the new plan. Is there room for staff to perhaps get into schools or be a little bit more direct in their approach with schools and classrooms? And that's sort of covered off by some of the education initiatives in the new plan. Obviously, coming with the caveat being that it requires resources and time and effort and money to launch a new program in addition to our RIP program.
Thank you. And my second part has to do with cost recovery. So recently we gave a contract out to a mattress recycling company and a transportation company to bring mattresses off the coast. And I discussed the issue with one of the mattress sellers here on the coast. And there's no eco fee that's associated with mattresses. And this contract is taxpayer subsidized. We're not getting cost recovery on it. And so as a body, I think we should lobby for some type of eco fee on a mattress to help us to create cost recovery. So I just wanted to bring that up with the body here, and I did the math, and we're losing money.
Okay, so another advocacy opportunity there. Thank you, Director Bax. Next was Director McMahon.
Yeah, I have a bunch of questions. One of them was, in those charts, what is CSWM?
That's the Coleman Waste Management function. Can't wait for
Oh,
I didn't have it on.
good.
Yeah, sir.
I need more abbreviations in my life. So we get compared a lot to Vancouver Island, but there are some, I think, crucial differences. Because of our geographic isolation and ferry dependency and all that stuff. But one of their challenges is that if they raise their tipping fees a lot, then their haulers just drive down the road to another landfill, right? Which is, so I don't know if there is a regional district in BC that's really comparable to this situation that we have. Even Powell River, maybe you want to comment a bit on their new waste recovery center because it's been getting a lot of press. But their geographic situation is different than ours. They're much more central than we are. And would that be an option for us to do?
Yeah, Ms. McIver? Oh, Manager Soul first.
Yeah, so speaking specifically with Catet's Waste Recovery Center, I'll point out that it does look like a very nice facility. Obviously, a new facility built these days is going to be quite snazzy. But if we look at the services we provide and the services that are being provided at this Waste Recovery Center, they're essentially the same. And you saw from the waste per capita data that Catet is a ways behind where we're at. So their new waste recovery center is, in essence, trying to catch up to what we already have with our existing recycling depots, curbside diversion programs, green waste drop-off depots across the coast. And so we have the same or similar services to what they'll be providing at this new facility. And I would imagine that Catet's disposal rate per capita is going to drop with that new facility and head towards where we're at currently if they're in that sort of catch-up game that they're playing. So, that's what I'll say about that new facility. And, it's nice having it all in one location and everything. And certainly you've seen the tipping fee there is quite high with waste export. And, so they're doing everything they can to divert as much right now in part of that catch-up play that they're doing.
If I can just build on that, I did the solid waste management plan for them with Maura Walker, and Catet was just really lucky getting gas tax money. We were, as consultants, we were amazed at the money they got to close their incinerator and create this wonderful resource recovery center that had pictures that I thought looked like Hobbit land. And so now they have that, and they got the grant funding. They've had to borrow more money, and they're facing what you guys have been doing for years. So it's all about the money, and but they were really, really trying to do more repair, reuse, and that costs money as well. So I think it'll be interesting to see how they end up.
Thank you so much. We have about 10 minutes left for questions. Oh, more questions? Yeah. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I believe I read somewhere that the province is bringing in new regulations requiring us to monitor GHG emissions, I think it was, from our landfills. Is that the one that's going to cost us a whack more money? Just checking.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Tony may even be able to jump in and speak to it a little bit more, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually the province has had landfill gas regulations in place for a number of years. It's called the BC Landfill Gas Regulation. And what's happening though is now the federal government is focusing and adding sort of an additional level of regulations that are national and that require additional monitoring and possibly slightly higher gas capture rates than what's currently being implemented in British Columbia. So that's kind of regulation that's being rolled out federally.
Right. Thanks for that. GM Rosenboom.
Maybe to add to that, we've confirmed several years ago that capturing landfill gas at our current landfill is not an option. Because it's unlined, if you put a cap on it, gas, just like water, will take the path of least resistance, which will be down out and up. So if you put a cap on it, the gas will just go to the sides of the landfill and go horizontally and then up. So you will actually capture really low amounts of gas if you were to install a system like that. So it's just not an option for an unlined landfill of the age that ours is. So hence, we wouldn't be required to do so.
Great, thank you so much. I'm going to turn to the councilors, directors who have not asked any questions to make sure that everybody got a chance to ask. Oh, GM Rosenboom, not a director, but we'll let you have one.
Maybe this as a maybe as a bridge to our next several presentations. Can you explain a little bit what the importance is of including a long-term disposal option, especially the capital component in a solid waste management plan? Is one of you two?
I think why well, as I sort of alluded to earlier, why it's important is that all of the programs and your disposal options, you have to fund it. And so solid waste management planning maybe 10 years ago or was asking for like a 10-year capital plan. But now it's basically saying, take that 10-year capital plan and your operating plan, and where are the funding gaps? And that's what most of the regional districts that I've worked with in the last 10 years had some big gaps. And big gaps because they've been catching up on reserves for closure. They hadn't been doing that. There's a gap. Capital costs to improve or extend the life of their landfill. And so really it's proper financial management that you're looking 5 to 10 years ahead. And so you're not all of a sudden going in year 2030, how the hell are we going to pay for this? And so it's really important, and why the province wants this is they want to see that solid waste management plans are implemented and that they're not implemented because of costs, because you haven't looked at the long-term cost.
Do you want to add about the ability of borrowing?
Absolutely, thank you. The other thing that if you've done that and you have a capital project in there that has then been properly consulted with the public, you do not have to go to referendum. So that's very powerful, but that also means that you've done probably a good concept design, something that in the plan you can go, this is going to cost us $30 million. We are going to borrow, we're going to raise tipping fees, or we're going to be building reserves, and that it's real. So that when you've gone out to the public and if the plan is approved, the ministry that can then say, you do not have to go to referendum to borrow the money. So that's also why it's become much more robust in terms of the financial evaluation of your plan. Did I miss anything else, Veronica? Did I give what you wanted, Remco?
Yes, except that it's referendum, of course, or an AEP, an electoral approval process.
Okay, details. Director Inkster, you had a question.
Thanks, Chair. I get a couple of things. One, I think Paul River been getting so much money lately because they've seen and or declared a huge reduction in their industrial and overall tax base. So they have a lot of leftover things from an older community with a large population and their mill shut down. So they're crying probably for a lot of money and have received some. The question I wanted to ask though is we haven't mentioned the last number of years. I'm wondering if it's disappeared is producer responsibility. Nobody's mentioned that today. Recycle BC seems to be part of that discussion and was a big pusher of producer responsibility. That would deal with a lot of things, including the mattresses that Kelly was talking about. And I'm wondering what's happened to that program, because we could put a fee on taxes for disposal, on mattresses for disposal at purchase, as an example of many other things. Appliances, televisions, yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Bartlett.
Great, thank you. That's a really good question. And EPR, or Extended Producer Responsibility, certainly hasn't disappeared. The province had a 5-year action plan when they did say that they were going to include mattresses in there. But very recently, they have announced, and I think, yeah, this is very a political decision that they've said that they're not going to do it for mattresses. And I don't know if they're given a time frame for that. No, I think it's just on hold for now, and I suspect it's to do with people struggling with affordability, and maybe they just don't feel like there's enough appetite for more EPR programs. I think that when they included Recycle BC, that was probably the last significant change, and that was back in 2014. So we have acknowledged the need for improved EPR we have a separate strategy where we're saying lobby to the province for, and we mention certain aspects, and mattresses being one of them. It's certainly a big piece of the what we're saying in the sort of the draft plan when it becomes available, that EPR, we want more EPR, we want better EPR, so that reduction also is part of it, and not just, always reporting on just recycling rates, but that's always how they measure success now. But there's no way currently to measure like your grocery store that actually tries to prevent their packaging to be produced in the first place.
Great, and we have a follow-up?
Yeah, thanks. I mean, surely the government could be a little more thoughtful on this.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody has to have a king-size bed that's this tall, is that an affordability issue? Sounds like I have a lot of money and it's comfort. So why wouldn't they charge extra, the fee for that? If they're not doing it televisions, but people have to have 65-inch TVs now. I remember when I thought a 15-inch was really cool. So why couldn't they put it on that, right? I know I'm dating myself, but it's strange. And a certain kind of wash machine, certain price, one that washes and dries, right? It's $3,000. Why wouldn't they put that on that? They need to give a little more thought to their program.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I do think that they're getting a lot of backlash because of this decision. And at the moment, the whole affordability argument is not really working because, we're seeing a lot of illegal dumping that's costing a lot of tax money to try to clean up. So residents are seeing, and actually everyone is seeing the cost rather than actually the person buying the mattress. So I'm hoping that the province will listen to, I know lots of local governments that are currently raising their voice against this decision.
Great. We've got some work to do. I'm going to go to Director Stanford first, and then Director McMahon.
I'm glad you mentioned illegal dumping, because that seems to be an issue that my area seems to have particular problems with. But you mentioned that taxpayers clean it up. As far as I know, I haven't yet to find a program that will clean up illegal dumping, and it is left to the neighbors to try and pick it up if they can. So any more information about some kind of funding to pick that up? I know RAP does some stuff, but it's so limited to what they can do. So anyway, more information would be appreciated.
Yes, Ms. Bartlett, thank you.
Yeah, and illegal dumping has certainly been discussed a lot with PTAC, and I think we've also talked about some of the challenges of the cleanup, like community initiatives where they need more help in terms of like infrastructure. So there is a plan to fund those activities and support those organizations and build on like what's currently there. So that's currently in there, and also developing like an illegal dumping prevention strategy, I think we call it. So it is certainly front and center in there too.
Great, awesome, thank you. GM Rosenboom would like to jump in.
Thank you. Maybe just to mention that last Saturday was the 12th, 14th, 15th? 12th Trash Bash, and it was again a big success, so thanks, staff.
Yes, always a hot event, Trash Bash. Thanks for all involved, all the volunteers and staff. Director McMahon.
Yes, I had to pass on the joy of picking up garbage in the rain because I went over to Gambier Island. But I have a long rant about consumer products are crap. And this is something we should take to our MP because the mattresses are horrific. They are absolutely horrific. They're rubbish products and they're full of layers and layers of stuff that's really hard to take apart and recycle. And we get, 3,700 mattresses a year at our landfill. And that's not even including the mattresses that are going back to the big stores that ship them off coast. I mean, that's nuts. How much sleeping can anyone do? Sorry, I wasn't going to rant. The taxes versus tipping chart makes us look really bad in the sense that like Capital Regional District is managing to completely fund their landfill with tipping fees. They have economies of scale that we can't match. But the other thing is that the taxes versus tipping does not assess the financial health of our service. Like if we are taxing to put aside money for landfill closure and somebody else is not taxing for that, they may be in a much worse financial situation than we are, even though, they're collecting more from tipping fees. Is there a good barometer of financial health for landfills?
And if so, who has it? Yes. Ms. McIver.
I think what you're missing there is that every regional district has to have reserves for closure, et cetera. So you've got your overall budget. The regional district of Nanaimo builds that reserves through tipping fees. The Capital Regional District builds that reserve as well through tipping fees. The budget they have to do all the same, everyone has to meet the same regulations. It's just a question of how they do it. You're very right, though. You're smaller. You haven't got, like if I look at the Regional District of Nanaimo, still managing tipping fees, pay for pretty well everything, and they're doing really well. And they've done great diversion, but you've got that economy of scale. So it's not to say it's horrible that you've had a higher taxation, because you have to look individually at that taxation in your total budget. But that's why I was saying everyone's different, and you're going to have to make some decisions going forward.
Yeah, thank you so much. Any other questions? We were ahead of schedule, and now we're a little bit behind schedule. So just last round, are you talking about mattresses again? I think we can continue the discussion. I think we should definitely do some advocacy on this and on other things. This is great. Like it's bringing up a lot of advocacy opportunities for us, I think. So that's something that we can take. We're going to break. We're going to go for a little break, everybody. We'll be back in... No, wait, there's no break. It's not here. Oh, there's no break. But would anyone like a 5-minute break? Yes, let's take 5. Okay, let's take 5. Thank you.
that it needs to be accessible by truck, and those kind of considerations, as well as the provincial requirements for siting of a new landfill, and they include considerations with respect to First Nation interest in the area, proximity to streams, depth of groundwater, proximity to airports, etc., etc. And quickly we realized that there might not be a lot of options here on the coast, if any, that actually would meet all those requirements. So ultimately, after completing the desktop study in 2020 and 2021, there were 4 potential sites, all located in the Half Moon Bay area, that had some kind of technical feasibility in them. So we then conducted site visits. Next phase, we did site visits with the consultant to all the sites and looked at them in more detail. And subsequently, we confirmed that one was not an option, and the 3 others had some technical feasibility, but we still had big questions around them. At the same time, the waste to energy feasibility study really confirmed that the amount of waste we are producing as a community is far too low to warrant us to explore a waste to energy facility on the coast itself. It really requires a big brother like Metro Vancouver to initiate a project like that, where we can tag on to. But the current technologies doesn't warrant an organization like the SOD to initiate one ourselves. Waste export is an option, like Cathet is doing. They're exporting their waste, so everything goes on barges, goes to Surrey, being put on the train, and in their case, they're shipping it to the States. That is a option. In our case, it would a option could be to establish a transfer station in the hillside industrial park area, and then barge everything to Surrey, and then transport to a facility in BC or very likely in the States for disposal. So in 2021, we also realized that the completion of any of these options, actually the construction required for a land or for transfer station or a new landfill, if that would be deemed feasible, we might not have the time to complete all of that before the landfill was running out of space. So the board at the time supported to do a solid waste management plan amendment, which was ultimately approved by the province, that would allow waste export as an interim measure if we were to run out of landfill life. And that's currently in our solid waste management plan. So if we were to run out of landfill life, then we could have started waste export as of next year. However, things have progressed since, and I think only for the better. In 2022, we first secured the support from Tony Sperling and his team because we wanted to have a second opinion on those 3 landfill sites that were confirmed in the prior phase. We wanted to confirm, have a second set of eyes looking at them to see if they're really an option for us to further explore. And that was not the case. Those results were presented to the board in the January 2024 committee meeting. At the same time, we started exploring if there would be lateral expansion options of our current landfill, knowing that all the land adjacent to the landfill is or an active mine or proposed to be a mine, and the lands are owned by the Sechelt Nation or Heidelberg. Realizing that, we confirmed that an expansion to the west, as you can see in the picture, would be the only potential option. And after consulting with the nation about it, we received a letter from them in 2023 stating that they were not supportive of exploring that option further. Subsequently, we were almost parallel to that. We started working on a relocation of our contact water pond, and it was identified earlier what it actually is. It's the water that's in contact with active waste that is an uncovered waste that is diverted into that pond. And for those of you who are not familiar with that, that's this corner. Let's see if my mouse moves. The brown square, which is currently here. And that entire pond is now moved to this area, which allows this entire square to be filled. And it's not only filled at the bottom, but of course it can now be filled on to the top. And that's really what's giving us the other 5 to 7 years in landfill life. If that we wouldn't have completed the project, the landfill would have been reached maximum capacity next year. So where does it leave us? It leaves us with luckily an extended landfill life of the Seashore landfill, and otherwise it only leaves us with 2 potential options to further explore. And those are waste export or a vertical expansion of our Seashore landfill. And to explain a little bit more what that looks like is on the picture on the top right, you can see a big hole. It's a basket filled with rocks, plants growing on the outside, and this is actually Squamish, and more on that later because Tony will provide an entire presentation about it, or more information about it, but about how we started looking and exploring with Tony and his staff to see if something like this could be accomplished at our landfill. So we started working on that 2 years ago, and I'm happy that we're able to provide the results right now. The other option, of course, is exporting waste. And both the feasibility of both options will be presented later today. And my spoiler alert is, yes, they're both feasible. Yes, they're both very expensive. And that's it for now. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Liam.
So in terms of what's next, sorry, one slide more. Maybe that's better. Sorry, I missed this slide. The strategic plan lists the completing of the solid waste management and confirming a long-term disposal option as an action item. So the recently completed contact water pond gave us that extra landfill life. 5 to 7 years, that's what we easily need to construct any new disposal option, transfer station or vertical expansion. But given that provincial approval of the solid waste management plan is required before we can actually start the construction of a new facility, also because of the loan requirements, we need to update that solid waste management plan sooner or later, and it can take up to 2 years for the minister to approve it. It's actually the minister himself that approves a plan like this. So that is the time crunch we're currently facing. And the picture on the right, by the way, is taken during the construction of the new contact water pond. You see an excavator in there. And now I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about what happened in the past.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was a better slide to end on than the previous one. Thank you so much for laying this out. We see things in chunks here and there, so it's good to see a real overview of the history. So really appreciate that context. I have a question before I go to my directors. Just a clarifying question. When you were talking about waste export, I think you said it would very likely go to the US. Is that correct?
Yes. We can talk about it. I think there was more information about that to come, but there's one facility within BC that accepts waste from other local governments, from other areas, which is located in Cache Creek. And but the minority of the waste that's currently being exported in BC from local governments is going to the States.
With all that that entails. Thank you very much. Directors, councillors, anyone? Director Bax.
What does the provincial government say about a central landfill for the entire province?
As I believe that was mentioned at UBCM, if I'm not mistaken. There was something about that. Manager Soul.
Yeah, thank you for the question. This is something that's I've heard from my peers in local government for a few years now, and it's something that I think the province should take an approach to. That is to say, the province has done no work exploring a provincially run centralized landfill. But the province is leaving local governments like ours in a bit of a pickle in that it's so complex and onerous to site a new landfill or expand an existing landfill that a lot of communities are having to export waste at huge cost. And there is no provincially provided solution to this problem. They've created the problem through regulations, which are all there for good reason, to protect the environment, but they have not provided a solution alongside it. They've left that solution to local governments to figure out, and that's where we've sort of been held hostage in a sense by two companies in the region that will accept exported waste, and so they're free to charge very high fees on top of all of the transportation costs. So it's something that it would be great to see from the province, but there has been no action that I'm aware of to date on an idea of a centralized, provincially run landfill that could provide a more cost-effective solution to communities forced to export waste.
Thank you so much. Any other questions before we break for lunch? If I am correct in my schedule now, please correct me if I'm wrong. Any other questions on the history of the feasibility studies? Everybody good? Oh, Director McMahon.
I believe we looked into GHG capture at least twice. Perhaps you could just cover that off too.
Yeah, thank you. We looked at it several times, and our last, and every time we confirmed that it's not an option because our landfill is unlined, and hence there's leachate happening on the side. However, we also looked at what can be done with biocover. We did a feasibility study on a biocover to see if we were to close the landfill definitely, if a biocover on top would actually result in a reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions associated with the closed landfill. We are finalizing the results right now and hope to present the results of that shortly to the board for information purposes. If we were to continue with a vertical expansion, of course, a landfill biocover is not immediately required. That will be then something that should have can be considered at 2030 or later.
Thank you. Do you have any follow-up? Director McMahon, you're good? Okay. Director Lee?
Thank you. I just looking for a little clarification. Doing the math, 5 to 6 years left after we move to contact, 2 years before we can get our solid waste plan approved, before we can start work, and then another 5 years, no matter which way we go from there, which leaves us 2 years of limbo. So will that question be answered with the solid waste management plan?
GM Rosenboom?
Thank you. Your math is correct, except that the board could choose the solid waste management plan approval is required before we start construction, before we actually committing to a certain the big investment. However, prior to that, of course, additional design and feasibility and permitting work could in theory already start. Only it would be at the own expense of the SRD, and not would have to be funded out of different sources than a long-term loan. But that, so the SRD could decide to take the risk and move on, preparing for the construction, because the construction itself will take several years, in either way for transfer station or for a vertical expansion. So that will be a option to bridge that gap that you identified.
Okay, so option to proceed with some work before getting the approval, which is a bit of a risk, but all right. Director Bax?
Yeah, you mentioned that there's some land beside the existing landfill, that's Heidelberg land that's slated for extraction. And do they have a timeline on that? And I wonder if we have the opportunity sometime in the future to expand into their mining area once they've completed their extraction process. Has there been any talk of that with Heidelberg?
Thank you. The land that I showed on that graph to the west is actually not owned by Heidelberg. It's owned by a subsidiary of the Sechelt Nation. That land is slated to be mined at some point, and so we had the conversation with them. Would you be willing to see if there's a partnership to for us to construct the landfill and at that site after it's mined? And we received the response that there was no interest to that, and that's a letter that was presented to the board in 2023.
Great, thank you for that. Okay. Any other? Oh, Director Lee is reaching. Oh, no, he's just moving the mic. Okay, I don't see any other questions from directors, which means that we can take an early lunch if that's okay with everybody. Oh, GM Rosenboom.
Yeah, what I'm considering is that if we dive into the presentation of Tony Spurling, I think we're easily into 1 o'clock then. So that's the rationale for maybe breaking a little bit early, and then.
Okay. So given that the next presentation is an hour long and it's quite meaty, I think it's, maybe best for all of us to break for lunch early and continue the discussion if we wish to. Let's get back here at 12:30. Would that be good? All right. Back at 12:30. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Intergovernmental Roundtable on Solid Waste. Would like to continue this meeting a little earlier than scheduled, but let's do it. We're all here. Next on the agenda is a presentation by Tony Sperling, president of Sperling Hansen Associates, regarding the feasibility studies on vertical expansion at Seashell Landfill and waste export. Take it away, please.
Oh, talk to my microphone here.
Talk to the mic.
Yes.
It's not full screen. Is it supposed to go?
No, that's not for you. They can do that.
Oh,
Okay, good.
okay. There we go. We got full screen action. Great. Okay, so let me get down to the agenda for the presentation. Where's the page down button here? I'm working off a different notebook, so page down. Why is it not advancing for me? Okay, there we go. Super. So first off, just quickly introduce myself. Dr. Tony Sperling from Sperling Hansen Associates. We're a solid waste engineering firm based in primarily North Vancouver with offices elsewhere in BC as well. And we're celebrating right now our 30 years in business, and predominantly our focus has been on landfill engineering in most of that time, and we've worked on most major landfills in British Columbia, including Kerry's Nanaimo landfill, as well as Vancouver, Victoria, Heartland I'm working on right now. So we have lots of landfill design experience, including a number of major vertical expansion projects, including, as Kerry mentioned, Nanaimo back in 2000, 2005, and added a lot of capacity. We've done one in Squamish, and then right now I'm working on Heartland, where we're looking to get them capacity to 2,100, again with a Toberman. So we've brought that expertise into this project. So today, I'd like to talk quickly about your current lifespan projections, and then looking at the two options that I think, as Remco mentioned, are being contemplated is the vertical expansion, and then waste export most likely would be the Campbell Hill landfill in Cache Creek. And so we've done some number crunching, financial analysis of the two options, and I'll present that, and then we'll open it up to questions and then answers. Okay. So as was mentioned, the capacity of your landfill right now is somewhat limited, that you have about 5 years, to figure out what is going to be done in the future. And 5 years is not a lot of time when you think about permitting, designing, and constructing something, right? So I think you're coming up against the wall, and there's really no time to sit on the fence. And I think you're in a situation where you have to make a decision very quickly and get the ball rolling on what's going to happen. And hopefully our analysis here will help you make that decision. So currently we're projecting Seashell Landfill is going to reach capacity in 2030, given the remaining airspace and your sort of typical tonnage going into the landfill and the typical densities that are being achieved right now. So the question is, what are you going to do come 2030? And that's the focus of today's presentation. So we've been asked, given the background of that finding a new landfill here, we did some work for you, and it looks like there's really no viable alternate site that and waste energy would be brutally expensive. So basically, I think you're facing two options. One is to look at waste export, as many communities are doing. In BC, the main facility is, as I mentioned, the Campbell Hill landfill in Cache Creek. Others have been hauling to Rabanco, and Columbia Ridge is a waste management facility across the river in Oregon. And I think with the current U.S. conflicts, I'm not sure if too many people are keen to send dollars to the States, but that's my personal opinion. And then the other option basically is the vertical expansion of your current facility, and I'll talk about both of these. Now, we're going to look at the business case comparison for the two options. And the driving force or the foundation of that was a fairly detailed cost analysis of each of them. And we're hoping that together with some sort of just basic common sense pros and cons of each option, it'll help you make a decision on what's the best pathway forward to the future past 2030. So the first option is the Waste Export Transfer Station, or we call it the WETS as the acronym in our report. And basically the site that was identified for us by the staff here is the Hillside Industrial Park, close to House on Pulp and Paper in Port Mellon. The facility or available property is 50 hectares, so it's fairly large. A lot of that is actually on the other side of the road, so the actual available footprint is somewhat smaller, but it's still good real estate to build a really nice transfer station facility. The land is currently owned by the regional district, however, and it has industrial zoning. And there are a couple sort of financial issues that, although the land is owned by the SCRD, there may be a need to transfer it into the solid waste service. I'm not quite sure how your financial structure is set up, and we did not include those transfer costs, if there were any, into the financial model. So those costs, if there were costs to that, they need to be added in. So this map just shows basically the three colored dots, or actually there's four of them, with Horseshoe Bay there as well, with the other ferry terminal. But you can see the current Seashell landfill is the green dot. The red dot is the Hillside Development Park, and Port Mellon is the pulp mill is there in yellow. So one of the things, actually, I just looked at the map, and Gibson's, as you know, is on the corner there, on the point of the peninsula. And what I was actually surprised is that it's almost as far to drive one way from Gibson's to the existing landfill as it is to drive the other direction towards House on Pulp and Paper. I actually drive that road quite a bit because we've been working on the House on Pulp and Paper landfill for a number of years as well. But it just kind of dawned on me, wow, that the haul distance isn't that much closer to have a transfer station in Port Mellon than it would be to actually continue using the current landfill facility for the people in Gibsons. So the Hillside Industrial Park lot is shown here. And as I mentioned, it's a fairly large lot, but the upslope property, or half of the property roughly, it has a power line right away running through it, and there's some somewhat steeper topography there as well. So really the only suitable property is more on the east side, on the right side of the road. And as I mentioned, there's it's a greenfield site, but with a little bit of topography, but definitely could house a transfer station very nicely. So if we zoom in on the sort of the northern portion of the property, you can see the Port Mellon Highway winding around, and then the road into Hillside Industrial Park. And that's sort of the forested areas that would be the target area to develop the transfer station. So the Hillside Industrial Park was first developed in the 1990s with a focus on bulk petroleum storage for the area. Covers about 405 acres in total. Previously was a gravel pit site with the outwash fan that's in the area, and now hosts several industrial businesses that are leasing property from the Sunshine Coast Regional District. It also includes a privately owned barge ramp, which hopefully could be rented by the regional district for shipment of waste off to the mainland. This is a photograph of that rampway. And so far, I don't know, Remco, if you guys had explored any, the costs, or if there would be any opportunity to sort of arrange it for barging opportunities for this facility. So if no agreement, the SCRD may need to purchase waterfront property to establish a barge ramp. The other option, of course, would be to utilize the BC Ferry Service, but I imagine the cost of that would be fairly significant. I hear a lot of giggles.
Let's fill up the ferries.
Yeah, they're already pretty jam-packed, aren't they? So that's a consideration for the transfer. This photograph just shows a higher bird's eye view of the location. The yellow hatched area is the entire property, or the entire eastern portion. This photo is rotated. Again, just you can see that there's a lot of industrial use all around there with various wood grinding and processing facilities. So unlike a lot of landfills in British Columbia, including Kerry's, where there's a lot of residential development happening around the facilities, this site is out there in an area where impacts, including some landfills, do from time to time get odor impacts from landfill gas if it's not being properly managed. Transfer stations would be quite a bit less, especially with what we're proposing with the building. I think the environmental, odor impacts, et cetera, would be non-detect in most situations like that. I think, unlike composting facilities where you can have odor issues from time to time, I think transfer stations from all the solid waste management facilities like landfills, composting, et cetera, are benign, a lot more benign. But there are noise effects. And so again, in the big picture, I think this is a great location from the impact perspective. So we've developed a fairly detailed, I would say, conceptual plan for the facility, looking at basically developing the transfer station on existing ground, and then doing some cut and fill areas to develop some pads for other recycling and Z-wall functions, and I'll show you a couple pictures. And then we've developed a preliminary sort of balanced cut and fill to kind of create the flat areas that are needed for these facilities. You can see on the contour maps, for those of you sort of familiar with reading contour maps, you can see, in the areas where there's relatively gentle topography or the contours are widely spaced. And then in some areas there's a sort of an east-west trending ridge where there's a little bit of more steepness to it. But overall, we developed a concept within that topography that would house, and let me see if you guys can see I'm not sure if it's possible to see my mouse I don't even see it on the screen here. Here it is. Oh, there, okay, you're seeing it there. So right here would be sort of a steel building for receiving the large garbage trucks, with typically enclosed prefab building. Here we were proposing 4 bays, and where did my mouse go? Yeah, disappeared again. It's not used to this pad, so sorry about that. And
this one's working as well.
Oh, okay, that'll be better.
But there's a delay.
Okay. Yeah. So here we have the Z-wall, which I'll show you a slide. And then in this area, we would actually have some U-bays for wood waste and other bulky materials like possibly drywall and scrap metal. So just an example of a typical transfer station like this. We did this project for Terrace in the Thornhill area. Back in 2014, actually, this was a project that was provincially awarded by the Minister of Environment for the best environmental project of the year for the RDKS, and so I was super proud of that. And you can see the sort of the prefab steel building there where the commercial garbage trucks come in and tip on the floor, and then the garbage is pushed into a transfer trailer and then hauled off to their regional landfill. And on the right side is what we call the Z-wall facility, and that's where the smaller mom and pop sort of self-hauls unload waste and recyclables, and that's also hauled off to the landfill. And the reason that the two are separated is just from a congestion perspective, that if you were to try and accommodate all self-hauls, just the small traffic. Usually about 90% of the traffic to the landfill is small self-hauls, and they take usually a fair amount of time to unload some of them, that you'd have to have just a massive steel building. So that's why those unloading facilities are in the Z-wall. Okay, so just a balanced cut and fill here. Sorry, it's not readable, I think, on your screen, but we're looking at about 78,000 cubic meters of fill and 63,000 meters of cut. So it's almost balanced, and with a little bit more detailed design, I think we could probably come up with a perfectly balanced cut and fill model to create a situation where you wouldn't have to import material onto the site to build the sort of the flat pads that are needed. And in terms of functions, that this is the information we were given by staff here, is that identifying the transfer station would provide the full suite of, or manage most of the sort of recyclables and waste streams coming into the facility. There'd be a few, such as old gypsum, that would not be accepted. But in general, would provide more functionality than your current operation. And there's kind of a number of slides here again of things that would be handled at the transfer stations and things that wouldn't be. And if you're interested in looking at them in detail, I'm sure the presentation will be shared, but I'm not going to go into each single item here, I think, for the expedience. But overall, the full suite of sort of the stewardship programs would be accommodated at the facility. And so I think it would be a very good place to make sure that the current recycle rates are being achieved and continue to be ramped up over time. So some of the key considerations is that if you were to go in this direction, there would, of course, need to be final approval by the district board. And then a solution would have to be determined for how to ship the waste to the mainland with respect to the barging facility. And in conclusion, though, we believe that for a transfer station location, the site is very good. Okay, and we'll get into the economics of the option later on. So this photograph just shows one of the properties that could be contemplated for developing a new barge ramp if necessary. And the schedule, as I mentioned, we're down to the wire in terms of building out with the transfer station. We were looking at construction in 2029 and basically having the facility ready to go online in 2030, and then basically having 26 and 27 to do the engineering and the building approvals. So fairly compressed timeline. And but I think doable, if we basically hit the ground running, come early 2026 to start developing the design. So that's option one, the transfer station, the wets. The option two is the vertical expansion of your existing landfill facility. Okay, so option two would include basically we're proposing a 10-meter high perimeter. MSC stands for mechanically supported earth wall. Okay, so basically what it involves is using soil, or typically it's crushed gravel, with reinforcing layers of geogrid within that wall to provide enough strength to go almost essentially vertically. We usually go like a 9 vertical for 1 horizontal to give a little bit of slope on the wall. And then at the top, there would be a 6-meter wide berm for maintenance access and access ramp for going up to the top of the landfill. So that's the concept of this photograph is of a facility. We did project very, very similar to this in Squamish a number of years ago, and that facility has been operating great. It's given Squamish, again, a lot of time that they needed to get their lateral expansion approved at this facility, and that's kind of coming along now. But the vertical expansion provided Squamish with about 20 years of additional landfill capacity that sort of gave them the time needed to, develop their long-term solution. Okay, you can see the wall there, it's kind of greened up. We have, on the outside there, we basically incorporate topsoil into the wall sandwich. It's sort of supported, and it allows you to develop a nice green living wall on the landfill. This is a photograph, sort of a conceptual design of the wall. And you can see the cyan-colored layers of the geogrid reinforcement layers. And then on the black triangles are kind of steel mesh that's sort of used to support the external topsoil layer so that we can create the living wall. Okay, and the top road surface is typically tilted inside so that storm water that's impacted by truck traffic can be sort of maintained within the storm water and, if needed, leachate treatment. So this just shows, whoops, why is it? That's weird. Okay, just a little slow on the transition. This is sort of a zoom in on the wall for Squamish again. And this wall is 10 meters high, so essentially the same as what we'd be looking at your facility. And unlike Squamish, where we had a little bit more room, your waste is actually very close to the property boundaries. We have sort of somewhat tighter, so your facility, is grandfathered. Right now, the landfill criteria call for 50-meter buffers, to the property line. Your landfill was developed long before the criteria was established, so the waste is within probably 5 meters of the property line in most places there. So it's very tight, and I think we will have to do some excavation of waste to actually create a good foundation for the wall, but it's, I think, within the realms of being doable. So here's our design concept. Basically, first, in order to confirm ground suitability, we did a number of test pits and a geophysical seismic refraction survey to try and understand whether there was garbage at depth, because we understand that historically this area was, there was some gravel pit extraction, and so we wanted to understand that. And so we did seismic lines, and what this survey showed us is basically the blue material at the top would be very low velocity, soft material garbage or very loose fills. And that typically that's less than 5 meters deep. So we felt that was manageable to sub-X that material if necessary. That on the right hand, you can see little tick marks. I think those are 5 meter increments on the scale. So there's usually about between 2 and maybe a maximum of 5 meters of soft material. And then we get into competent soils and then very solid gravel at depth there. Okay. So in terms of land use, this map sort of shows currently, and let me see, where's the landfill here? Yes, it's in red, kind of in the middle of the screen here. Where's my mouse? Right there is the current Seashell landfill property. And you can see basically the properties around it. I believe, as mentioned, this is First Nations land. I'm not sure with respect to the private property who the actual title holder is on that. And then Heidelberg Cement is in the brown area here, and they're operating, I think, all of these leases or with their planned gravel extraction operations. So one of the key questions is that would an environmental assessment be required? And so we looked into that, and fortunately, this size of project would not trigger a detailed EA. I've been involved in one for Highland Valley expansion from Metro Vancouver many years ago. We were successful, but that was $1 million assessment to get us something permitted. Luckily, the province kind of only targets large projects that receive more than 250,000 tons of MSW per year. You're well below that threshold, so it wouldn't trigger it. And also, we're projecting less than 30% expansion capacity just around that. So luckily, you would not need to do a full-blown EA, although there would, of course, be a need to update your design, operation, and closure plan for the facility and incorporate whatever into the solid waste management plan as well. So again, we're sort of dodged the bullet of the EA. The existing ground, we had a very recent good topo map provided, and so this I always like to start designs with good accurate topo, and we had that, so we started with that, and then developed a berm design, which is shown here in white, right around the whole perimeter. So we're looking at trying to totally max out your airspace, and also we're going to need to look to manage stormwater and leachate. So there's I need to probably optimize the stormwater pond work, and I haven't been plugged in to exactly what you guys did so far, Remco, with it, whether it would be sufficient to sort of manage the leachate from the facility. And one of the things that I'd just like to stress, if you go in this direction, it will be important to do it kind of progressively. And in our economic model, we kind of broke it in half, that you'd do half the landfilling and then do closure on that half, and then continue with the other portion, and just to minimize the amount of leachate being produced. And possibly we might even look at cutting into threes instead of just to keep this footprint producing leachate as small as possible. So the cut and fill was showing about overall 93,000 cubic meters of material. Most likely that would have to be gravel, imported probably from Heidelberg to build the wall. And so that's a big number, but overall it gives you a lot of capacity. So the overall volumetrics, 752,446 cubic meters of airspace would be available from the survey. And so it would give you approximately 30 years of additional landfill capacity going out to 2060. So in terms of getting approvals for this, the landfill site is on Seychelles Nation territory. As was mentioned, the nation did not support landfill expansion laterally outside of the current footprint. However, they are committed, recognizing that solid waste does have to be managed. I think they're prepared to work with the SCRD to find a solution. Hopefully, they'll support if it's the decision is made to pursue this, that they would support the option. Public and stakeholders will also be consulted through the solid waste management plan update. So this is the waste generation projection, and we're basically have 2030 flagged here as the time that the existing landfill would reach capacity. And then 2045, we'd kind of complete phase one of the vertical expansion, and then 2060 would be phase two of the and final build out of the facility. And this, of course, would depend on your diversion. We use the current diversion rates and your expected population growth, which I don't remember exactly what was put in the model, but it was the number that was provided by the regional district. Probably typically it's around a couple percent, but I'm not 100% sure. So we were asked to explore whether it would make sense to do a waste shredder. The idea is that if you shred the waste into finer pieces, you can get better compaction. And for example, the regional district in Nanaimo was using a shredder in their facility to manage all their construction demolition waste to improve their densities. And typically you end up with densities in excess of 1,000 kilos per cubic meter when you shred. And currently your waste density is probably about averaging around 850 kilos per cubic meter. So you'd be gaining maybe 10, 15% extra capacity by additional shredding, but it would mean double handling your waste. So you'd be spending a bunch of money. So we looked at the economics, but overall, we would estimate that shredding would gain you an additional 4 years of lifespan, so a little about 10% more landfill capacity. And on the economics, we were looking at $1 million shredder, new machine, maintenance costs around $42,000 per year, and fuel about $130,000. So in general, that is sort of our rough estimate. And when we looked at the economics of that, we saw that operating without a shredder would result in a all-inclusive cost, and I shouldn't say maybe tipping fees. This is basically the overall cost is coming in at $438.80 per ton, and it would be up to you to decide, what's tipping fee, what's taxes, as was discussed previously. But break-even costs around $438.80 per ton for the vertical expansion. And currently, your solid waste system is earning revenue from scrap metal and other recyclables of about $141 a ton. And interest on the closure fund is accumulating about $13 a ton. So basically, those things were all built into the model, and it projected this $438 per ton life cradle to grave throughout the design period up to 2060. If we look at option 2 with the shredder, it came in at $450 per ton, so about $12 a ton more if you were going to shred. And on the other hand, it would gain you that 4 years of extra capacity. So this would be sort of a business case decision that you as the board would have to make, whether it makes sense to incur additional costs to gain that 4 years, or if you want to develop come 2060 to figure out what to do earlier. So if we look at the implementation timeline, again, very tight, that we were looking at basically developing a really solid preliminary design for the facility in 2026, and we've come a fair way in that, but there's a lot more to be done, especially with the design of the wall. And then doing a detailed design and tender package in 2027. And I would really encourage you, to basically make sure you leave a good, solid construction window of 2 years to do the project. Because in my experience, having contracts of around $10 million a year for most sort of BC contractors is kind of manageable. So a $15 million contract, the package is estimated around $30 million to build a wall. And so I think it would be a fairly, keep a contractor busy for 2 years to do that build out. So again, stressing the need for moving ahead, because there's basically not a lot of time to get everything figured out. And obviously, you would need to run the approvals process in parallel with respect to updating the solid waste management plan and the design operation plan. So I think there is an element of risk. I do not believe it's very large, but and anytime you do a project without having all the approvals in place, there is an element of risk involved. So if we look at the comparison between the two options, basically the waste export transfer system and the vertical expansion, as I mentioned, we looked at the cost of both, and let's have a look at those. So key assumptions for the analysis that the vertical expansion would give us 752,000 cubes of airspace. We use 1.2% population growth after 2026, and per capita waste generation of 0.348 tons per year, which has been your 2013 to 23 average. And if you are able to ramp that up to reduce the per capita waste generation, the facility would last longer, right? And and we use that industry standard waste to cover ratio 4:1, which gives you good operations where everything's properly covered. And I think that's probably very close to what you do right now. Because when I visited the site, I always find your landfills really operated top notch. It's just the operators are doing a really, really nice job of having everything built in cells and covered. And I'm always very pleased with what I see at the facility. So we use that an apparent density of 0.876 tons per cubic meter, which is on the high end of compaction. It's a good number. And a waste to settlement that landfills do settle, we typically use a 10% settlement estimate on how much extra airspace we're going to gain through settlement over time. So with those input parameters, we ran the cost model to end of the year 2060 and concluded that there'd basically be an overall expenditure. It's a big number, $339 million. And basically over that lifespan. And as always, capital plays only a small percentage of that. The biggest numbers would be basically hauling costs and operating costs, right? So that's where the bulk of the money always ends up getting spent. And there's some limited amount of revenue. And so basically, what we project, if we look at the wet system, that would be all-in operating cost of, or tipping fee required of $588.76 per ton. Like that's the number, but obviously this is plus or minus 5 or 10% at this time, I would estimate. And so that's basically the wet system. It's somewhat more expensive than the landfill. The landfill vertical expansion came in at $476 per ton total expenses, and with the scrap and closure fund revenue taking a slice off that, we're projecting costs of about $438.80 per ton for the vertical expansion landfill. So the transfer station would be roughly 34% or about a third more expensive than doing the vertical expansion based on sort of the estimates that we're making right now. So in addition to cost, I think it's important to think about some of the pros and cons from a service and reliability perspective. And so the waste transfer system would be somewhat more convenient, particularly for people in Gibsons and Port Mellon, a little bit shorter haul. On the other hand, the haul for Sechelt would be longer. Overall, we saw higher operating costs, and particularly the big extra drivers on that are a lot more long-haul trucking, right? Plus the ferry or barging costs, as well as developing a new site and service. So the other thing that does need to be considered is the risk of having disruptions to the haul service, and that would include strikes, climatic events such as major storms, the atmospheric river events, as we had a few years back when Fraser Valley was flooded and the canyon washed out, because the most likely haul route would be through the Fraser Canyon up to Cache Creek. And then forest fires again on the Coquihalla, that's been impacted. So those are all things that have to be kind of thought about. And on the other hand, there's also the risk of cost escalations, because most of the system here would be outside your control in terms of the landfill tipping fee, as well as the shipping and the trucking are all sort of parameters that, especially based on fuel costs, could escalate. In addition to that, there will also be higher GHG emissions, given that you're hauling all that waste, 300 plus kilometers up to Cache Creek, most likely. So on To compare that with the vertical expansion, that would be managed locally, so you'd avoid the transport disruptions. We'd have lower GHG emissions. I would like to sort of mention, I do believe that we can manage landfill gas. We're doing that on a lot of our projects when we do closure. We put in a passive or slightly active gas extraction system beneath the cap and are able to pull most of the methane that's being produced and to flare that to reduce GHG emissions. And so that's something. And on the other thing I would like to manage that, with your focus on organic diversion, you're doing the best possible thing by preventing methane production in the first place. By putting a lot of the organics out of the landfill, you're already reducing your GHG emissions big time. So with that, we come to our recommendation. And so Sperling Hansen believes that the preferred option for the SCRD is to manage going with the vertical expansion, both from a 33 or 34% lower costs are estimated, and the risks to service disruption we believe are lower. So we do believe it's worth pursuing a detailed design to confirm our preliminary assumptions, and hopefully that's all confirms what we're seeing based on the data we've collected to date, and getting on with the production. So I think that is basically it, that we're seeing lower costs, more cost effective, and also less risk. We have lower GHG emissions, and we avoid the risk of transport disruptions. So, and we can further reduce those with landfill gas capture. If you choose so, we could add 4 extra years with the shredding and still be lower cost than waste export. So that comes to the conclusion of my presentation, and be happy to answer any questions. I'm sure you'll have some for me. So thank you for your attention.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Sperling. That was a great presentation. Thanks for laying it out for us in layman's terms. First, before I go to questions, shout out to the staff at the landfill. Top-notch operations, that's awesome. It's really good to hear. Okay, so many questions, I'm sure. I will start with Director Bax, and I'll have a speakers list after that.
Well, not so much a question as I think, the expression is piss or get off the pot. And right now we're set, we have this decision. We have to make this decision. It's one of our 2 pillars in our strategic plan. And I, for one, totally agree with the recommendations from our consultant here. And I think one of the big points is that it can happen within the timeline that we're hoping to expand, that we have available to us if we take steps immediately, and that the tipping fee costs that's going to be, if we approach our public and say we could go off coast and do this and it's going to cost you this much to tip a ton, or we could stay here and it's going to cost that much, then absolutely that's our selling point. And so I didn't know that you could get so detailed into a landfill. It was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bax. So I didn't hear a question there. I will move on to Director Stanford and then McMahon.
Thank you. I'm also really glad to see how that played out, because I am West Howe Sound, and so that had an impact on me, option 1. I think in addition, one of the additional comments we talked about, concerns about weather-related disasters on the way up to Cache Creek, but also note that Port Mellon regularly sees washouts.
On the road to?
Yeah, so even
Yeah.
getting to the transfer site could be a challenge at times.
Right, yeah, I never thought of that.
So on the basis of that, my question would be seismic studies for the vertical expansion. I think that would be what I would hear back is how safe is this, given that we're in a seismically active area? So more detail, more ability to get that kind of information to the community to recognize potential safety concerns.
Yeah.
Are there any comments from staff?
Maybe I can jump in here. One of the items that Tony just indicated that next year would be a year to do further work on preliminary design. One of the major items to be tackled at that time would be a lot of further geotechnical investigation to confirm site stability, ground stability, and to use that information to actually design the wall and to confirm how much actually needs to be removed, etc., etc. So questions about seismic stability, impact on and risk to neighboring properties, they all would need to be considered at that time. So the first 2 years would be not just slow walking, would be full on from all perspectives.
Thank you so much. Director McMahon.
Yes, I've never liked the idea of waste export. However, and the longer I am in local government, the more tempting it is to kick something down the road to the next poor schmucks who have to take it on. However, 30 years from now, where are we at if we take option 1 versus option 2? Like, have we left the future board of plus 30 years in a crunch if we expand the current landfill?
That's a very good question. I don't know who would like to tackle that. Manager Soul.
Yeah, thank you. I think the way to look at it with vertical expansion in the 30 years is we're actually buying future boards and the community 30 years to figure out what comes next after that. It is really a shift in perspective where instead of kicking the can down the road and then trying to fix it right at the last minute, let's give ourselves time so that we actually come up with an effective solution when we need to have a solution in place. And so the vertical expansion option gives us the time to explore alternatives, whether that's an entirely new landfill, further expansion opportunities, waste to energy technology that might improve over the next few decades. All of that is a possibility with the 30-year lifespan that we get from vertical expansion. Whereas if we go with waste export, we're kind of locking ourselves in to some extent because we're investing a significant amount of capital to build this transfer facility. And then to suddenly turn around and say, well, now we're going to build a new landfill somewhere else on the coast, you're going to ruin the economic model of transporting waste up to Port Mellon, then you're going to truck it back somewhere else on the coast. It'll just raise costs overall, and then you're very likely not to explore further on-coast solutions if we were to pursue waste export. I think when we do that, we're sort of like locked into that model and at the mercy of all of the risks and cost factors that Tony mentioned with that approach.
Thank you. And just a reminder, this is for questions, for information. The debate will come later this fall. I have Councillor DeAndrade and then Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious why incineration has not been considered. My understanding that Sweden, which is the top country in terms of recycling, all the non-recyclable things, I think the majority or a big percentage use incineration. And if we are hungry for energy, why not?
Oh, someone with an answer. GM Rosenblum, please.
Prior to the break, I indicated that we did assess the feasibility of waste export. And at the time, we actually collaborated also with the mill to explore opportunities. And at that time, it was confirmed that A, the collaboration was not really feasible, and B, our volume that we're producing is way too low for that. What they're doing in Europe and what I'm used to also in the Netherlands is a lot of bigger cities collaborate and they have one combined waste to energy facility. You need big mass to have an economically viable currently with the current technologies. However, and that's where Manager Sol was referring to as well, is like in 30 years, technology might have improved. So what's not an option right now might be an option, feasible option in 30 years from now. And so it's not that, it might be never an option for the coast, but at this point in time, we won't be able to produce the volumes. We even explored options with cathode. Combined, we were way below in any feasible volume. So you need a big brother like Metro to initiate something like this, or CRD, and then that's the only way you can get something like this off the ground. And I think that speaks to the point that Manager was talking about earlier about where's the role of the province in this to incentivize large-scale waste disposal options, because we won't be able to do it on our own, but a lot of BC communities are of our size, a little bit smaller, a little bit bigger, and none of them are able to address these kind of issues on their own. So the vertical expansion would allow the province, us, all the communities to explore these questions further and see what's possible within the next 30 years. Thank you.
A lot can happen in 30 years, that is for sure. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I was looking at that big castle wall, and I'm kind of curious what happens to it after 30 years. And I'm thinking about closure, ongoing costs, that kind of thing, mitigation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Speaker. Yeah, the walls of this nature generally will have a lifespan of probably 100 years, or some would be challenged. For example, a house on pulp and paper, they built a wall out of steel reinforcing mesh, and it's been attacked by H2S, and they're having some issues. We're restabilizing that, but in general, with the high strength plastic geogrids, that they will have a very long design lifespan, and then would have to be, by then the waste will have stabilized, and potentially will also settle. And I think in the future there might be a need to re-slope, but I would think nature will sort of stabilize things very well.
So in effect, it'll just be a big mountain eventually?
That's what basically happens, is that all the organic matter, will break down over time, and it produces the landfill gas. Most of it you're diverting, but and then basically you end up with a big inert pile of material. With the geomembrane cap, which I think would be necessary at this site, given you don't want to lose the airspace with a thick soil cover, that you tend to slow down the rate of decomposition. There might be again a need to service that 100 years down the road to reestablish that cap, but I think that would be the main maintenance thing that would be required.
Thank you, Dr. Sperling. I have a question. I saw Director Stanford. I'm just going to sneak one in. If we were to go with the waste export, the stewardship program would move to the transfer station at Hillside. How would that work logistically? Because right now people take their recycling to different recycling depots. Manager Sol.
Yeah, so just to jump in with the waste export model that's being proposed in this study, it is a proposal. And so what staff did is we looked at an ideal site, and we looked at sort of a possibility of what if we had to send everything here, waste, recycling, everything. All of that would be to be confirmed. Everything from the exact siting of the site would need to be confirmed by the board, and what sort of diversion programs exist there and everything would need to be confirmed through the design process. What we wanted to present to the board was a realistic option that encompassed everything that you might possibly want to have at a site like that, sort of an ultimate solution that everything goes there. But it's not to say that we would wind up with a facility that that took as much as what was on that list, but it is just what we wanted to present there as a realistic option.
Okay, good to know. I jumped it a little bit. Yes, Jim Rosenboom.
In addition, I think it's good to realize that Seashell landfill will stay, the public drop-off area as it is currently will continue to be a public drop-off area for the Seashell area.
That's good to know. Thank you very much for that clarification. Director Stanford?
I'm actually very appreciative of some comments you've made about Dontar. I didn't realize they had their own landfill, and I'm wondering how I find out a little bit more about that, and that they are having some difficulty with it. Just want to make sure that as a representative for that area, we have a sense of what's happening, and it kind of is a bit of a dark hole in that area.
No, the mill operates a landfill for their predominantly for the sludge materials that are generated. So and that needs to be managed, and they're actually adding additional ways to dry out the sludge and use it in their cogen facility. So we're looking at reducing that time. Even the issue that I mentioned to you on the berm, we've stabilized that with additional rock fill on the wall, so there's no issues there. And there actually have been doing with us some fairly sophisticated upgrades to the landfill. Now it's all fully lined with the new expansion area, so it's pretty state of the art. We're really pleased with the way the mill's been expanding the facility.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. I'll sneak another one in. The shredder option. Additional option. I just saw on the screen fuel, so immediately I went to greenhouse gas emissions. So that will be part of the report. When we make the decision, that will be one of the factors that we will have to consider. Perfect. Excellent. I will look to, Director McMahon.
Yeah, I was also curious about the shredder because I don't know, just inherently it seemed to me that it should get us more than 4 years. But is that partly because we're already diverting mattresses?
Possibly a small component of that. The reason I believe is that your landfill is actually getting fairly good compaction. Like I mentioned, I think you have very good operators. And so with density of 0.85 on average, and sometimes you're up to 0.9 or even better, right? That there's not a lot of room for improvement. And there's really two ways to get the density, right? You put the energy in with the compactor, or you shred, and then you still compact. But so if we're going from 0.85 to 0.95, it's maybe like a 10%, right? And that's the 4 years is 4 out of 40.
GM Rosenboom, you wanted to add?
Yeah, maybe in addition. I know that there has been several directors recently visited the landfill in Nanaimo. They implemented the shredder there. And I think one of the big differences between that landfill and ours is that we hardly get big loads of construction and demolition waste. A lot of that waste is going directly to the city. Wood is not going to the landfill. So that's all the kind of bulky stuff that would otherwise take up a lot of landfill space is not even getting to the landfill at the moment. And that's resulting in that already relatively high compaction level, and hence the additional benefit of adding a shredder is less than what it should be, what it could be. In addition to that, if we Let's say there's a budget proposal coming forward to, as part of the 2026 budget process, to also start recycling furniture. That would that's the bulky item is itself. It's like, do you shred it or do you recycle it? Those are the questions that are relevant here.
Right. Oh, Ms. McIver. Yes.
May make a few comments, given that Remco wanted me to come today, and I have that experience. I'm excited about this concept, but I struggle with it. Because what wasn't being made clear here is when I said earlier that the landfill criteria updated in 2016 was moving towards better environmental protection and closing unlined landfills. You're looking at 30 additional years in an unlined landfill. My question would be, and what I think you'll see the Ministry of Environment, what's your annual environmental monitoring? What are you getting? What's going on, et cetera? Because you will be, I think, looked at by other regional districts that have the ability to expand laterally and are spending a lot of money to say, you're getting to not do that. You're getting to not do waste export because you are doing this. So I think I'm supporting this, but I'm just saying, be prepared for a little bit of, let's say, the ministry saying, I don't know. The other thing in listening to this is, I don't know whether the cost for your waste export is really fair. I was quite surprised that you would be putting a Z wall and you would have public drop-off at that transfer station when you've got the facility that you would still have open here at the Seashell landfill, and everyone's used to going there, which would really reduce costs significantly if all you're dealing with is the big trucks. So that was one comment. The other comment would be, I know that when the RDN has still been looking in their plan for future waste export, you always need to have a landfill for when there are those service disruptions. So just a little more detail. So I'm supportive of this, but I just come to mind, I wonder, down the road, what's your environmental monitoring saying? Because you're going to really need to be saying, we do such a good job, we do a great job with diversion, we've got the organics out, we're not creating a lot of methane, but you are staying 30 years in an unlined landfill.
Thank you for that. Dr. Sperling?
Yeah, I'll try and answer a few of those comments. One of the biggest design philosophies that our company always follows is a little simple saying that I have that I teach my young guys: keep clean water clean. Okay, and there's basically two ways to minimize leachate production. One is to capture all the leachate from the bottom, and the second is to try and not have any leachate or very minimize the leachate that's being produced. And so what you've already done, progressive closure on probably about a third or half of your landfill is already under a geomembrane. And so I would say, if we were doing this, I would actually leave that covered and then go into the area that's uncovered right now, build out in that footprint, and then cap that. So you're right away essentially having half the leachate production, and then I'd be looking actually at probably seeing if we could actually reduce, as I mentioned, that footprint to a third instead of a half, and using temporary tarps on the landfill surface again to minimize overall leachate production. So that would be, I think, a very pragmatic way to deal with the leachate and make it less than it is currently. Then, in addition to that, in terms of the question with respect to having a backup, and I was trying to think, Carrie, that was with respect to the transfer station, right? If things go down.
Yeah, it's waste to energy, right?
Yeah.
Cathet has an agreement, I believe, with Strathcona Waste Management. If there's a problem, they can go there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I would think for sure in the plan for the WETS concept that we recognize, there's a risk to having storage in. So we were thinking that having a number of additional trailers just for backup surge capacity, but that would really only provide you, limited number of days or maybe weeks of extra capacity. And beyond that, I think you'd have to have a a plan B to have a temporary sort of covered dump site or something to deal with long-term service disruptions. That's I think what, like City of Vancouver, when they had garbage strikes, like they'd have a big temporary pile of garbage. So that would, I think, have to be identified in your plan for the service disruption. Was there any other comment there, Carrie?
Well, no, or I know that in the most recent RDN plan, a little bit of space is kept at your landfill.
Right. Yeah.
In
Good
the
idea.
event of that.
For backup, yeah. Good.
Wonderful
good
to
thought.
have all this expertise here for this discussion. I have GM Rosenboom would like to add.
I think the only thing I want to add is that I think what is clear here is that we're in the early stage. We're at the conceptual level. The decision that the board is for the board to consider in upcoming months. It's not what are the details. It's make a decision on a conceptual level, and then there's still a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of conversations with the province to be held if we were to advance a vertical expansion, about their expectations, any concerns they might have. So I think, and that's really where the step between conceptual level versus preliminary design. And to make that step, in either case, where if it's vertical expansion or waste export, there are a lot of questions still to be answered, and there's plenty of time to make for the board to provide direction there on more details. However, I think coming back to the point that Tony was making in his presentation is, Dr. Sperling was making in his presentation is, there is no real time to advance to preliminary designs and only make a decision in your year or 2 year on where you want to go. And by the way, you've spent another $2 million there without having any results potentially. So I think that's the crux. That's the tricky decision for the board to consider in upcoming months. And I think the purpose of today for us was more to service the information, share the information with you so that you can think about it and create your have your questions asked by these experts that we currently have in the room here, and the actual decision making can happen in another setting.
Indeed, yes, I do see that Mayor Henderson has his hand up online.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a couple of specific questions and then an open one, if I may. Hillside, the proposal, I came in a bit late for that part. Does that contemplate the impact of trucking from all over Pender and Sechelt into our operating costs for each year?
Yes, we included sort of haul costs from Pender Harbor and from Sechelt to the transfer station, and then the long haul, from by barge up to Campbell Hill landfill, I think. Or we looked at 3 different landfill options and concluded Campbell Hill was the lowest cost.
So we got a lot of big trucks on our highway. The second one was about the unlined landfill. That was going to be something I was going to ask. Are there concerns about that now with what's currently in place?
GM Rosenboom.
Thank you. There are currently no concerns with the fact that we have an unlined landfill. We're constantly monitoring our groundwater in the area. We're monitoring actually creek water, Chapman Creek, to see if we have any impacts. So there's currently no serious concern for any contamination of the surrounding areas. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Okay, then the open question. We're talking about stuff that we know of today in terms of technologies. What, in your professional opinions, I guess maybe the two advisors, what are the emerging technologies, or what are the solutions that are still blue sky crazy, robots, AI, free solar energy? What is there anything in the next 10 or 15 years that maybe is going to prove out to be a home run solution?
Oh, any thoughts on Emerging trends, AI, robots, etc.
Do you want to?
No, not for me. Remember, I'm a pretty well retired, so I'm not keeping up with it.
Well, it's always hard to know, but I'm actually leading a session next week at the Coast Waste Management Association about emerging technology, and I would expect a lot more technology coming on the sorting side. So it probably will not. If anything, I think it will decrease the amount that goes into the landfill, and it will be more about. I'm hoping to see more about machinery sorting, like unsorted loads of construction demolition waste, or so dealing with mixed loads. I'm hoping to see more technology on that side, and that is realistic cost-wise for a small regional district like you are. Yeah, Tony, you probably have a better idea.
Right.
I believe that, there is the overlying goal of sort of circular economy and zero waste, and I think that sooner or later, we as a civilization need to figure out the packaging, right? Like, and actually start doing some common sense stuff in terms of just not having so much. And I believe that as the costs of dealing with the waste just keep going up and up, that there's going to be pressure on producers, and there is already, through the EPR programs, that they're starting to having to pay, and as those costs escalate, I think that we are going to see sort of more opportunities for waste reduction, and the amount of garbage is going to decrease. And then on the other side, I really believe in the low-hanging fruit, and I think you're doing a good job of that. But there's probably still more room on just like diverting all of the organic materials, getting as much organic out of landfill as possible, and then that reduces quantities. And I think there's going to be, continue to be advances in that ability to make better compost products and start creating like really good soils. So that's where I see the future, and hopefully it's what's going to happen. But
yeah, it starts at the source. Amazing. I have Director Inkster with a question.
Thanks. It's interesting looking into the future. Sometimes you look to the past to look to the future. One of our problems is we try to recycle and or dispose of packaging, a lot of packaging and a lot of systems. One of the bad ones is styrofoam under meat products. That's another issue. But so we go back to the past. I don't know how many people remember. Does anybody remember VIP products? Nobody remembers that? Oh my gosh. Anyway, so VIP products was products in bags. And it was laundry detergent and soap detergent and dish detergent and a number of products that were in bags. And it disappeared. It's long gone. But it was in the 70s. And my theory is that, pardon? I remember the 70s. Yeah, I'm a pretty aware guy. And I'm pretty awake. Anyway, so I think that it was marketing and or shelf use that caused problems. You couldn't stack VIP on the shelf easily because it was in bags. So they're falling over and breaking and things like that. So they were not easily handled and or moved around. And I think you couldn't market them. So they went back to boxes. But it's unfortunate because that was 40 to 50 years ago, and it would have really cut down on a lot of packaging, et cetera, over the last 50 years. So it's kind of like back to the future, right? Mm-hmm. Just a thought.
Yes, thank you, Director Inkster. And we're taking questions on the vertical expansion and waste export. Director McMahon.
Well, actually, I do have a question that is unrelated All right, it's two of the challenges that we have here are construction debris and diverting organics from the commercial sector, like restaurants, because they're really just not set up to do it. Since you guys work all over BC, I was just wondering if you've seen any examples of dealing with those kinds of challenges elsewhere.
Oh, GM Rosenboom.
If I may jump in, I think that's a topic that I know it has been very extensively discussed within PTAC, and Kerry has been involved in lots of those discussions. So maybe that's a good question to hold for when the solid waste management plan itself is being brought forward, because I think what is evident here in terms of the big picture is there's a lot of cost involved in any long-term disposal option we're pursuing on, we have to pursue in upcoming years. And at the same time, any attempt to further improve our diversion rate will also cost a lot, or could cost a lot. And that's, so the solid waste management plan report that will be brought forward to the board will outline for each of these options, including these ones, including clear bags, what is the cost of what are the costs, what are potential staff implications and associated costs, and what is our best estimate on impact on landfill life. And I think that will be a good venue to then have a conversation about, should we focus, should we get more detailed information about that option, or are there other options that we should dive more into? Because when I look at that list, I know that we can do it all, or our cost for solid waste will have to double in upcoming years. And I think that's, yes, we can be the best child in the world, but do we want that and at what cost? Given that we already have a pretty good diversion rate, but also at a significant cost. So it's finding that balance. I think that's where the board will need to grapple with in upcoming months. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think good reminder, we'll have more opportunities for questions and for talking about diversion and other solid waste management topics in the near future. I think we've been wanting to have those conversations for a long time, so it's been really exciting. Director Bax.
Thank you. My question has to do with the funding. I heard earlier that if when we complete and approve and the province approves our solid waste management plan, that we are able to implement parts of this plan without having to go to the public for approval. And what I'm specifically speaking of is the $30 million that you estimated for the vertical expansion. Would we need to go to the public to get approval for the funding for that, for the long-term borrowing for that, if it was part of our solid waste management plan?
Thank you for the question. If Tina's here as well. If the plan is, the province has strict guidelines on what is required in terms of public engagement on the solid waste management plan. And it requires us to include all capital improvements required to implement the plan as part of the plan and to do engagement on that. And that's why we cannot do the final engagement on this plan without a preferred option included, including a capital cost and a financial plan as a financial analysis as outlined by Kerry McIver earlier today. So what the minister will review is the engagement that was conducted comparable, equal to what otherwise would have been undertaken under an AP or referendum? Is there a similar opportunity for the community to provide input? If the answer to that question is yes, then there is no electoral approval required anymore. If it's conducted by us, that's by the SRD, that's our design. But in terms of funding approval from the province, we don't need any further electoral approval consent at that point.
Great. Thank you so much. And CO Perosi, your hand went down, so I'm assuming you're good? All right. Awesome. Yeah, save your voice. Yeah, so the engagement is built in to the solid waste management plan, so that would be the electoral approval built in. Did you have a follow-up?
Well, I was wondering if we were to include this as a part in the next election cycle, is a time when we can go to the public for approvals on different things. We can include it in the ballot on the next election cycle. I see staff shaking their heads, so maybe I've got that
We
wrong.
may not need to.
Thank you for explaining this further. There's no need for the public to do a vote. We need to have extensive engagement opportunities with them. It can be online, it can be surveys, it can be public information sessions. We need to provide an extensive consultation report together with the solid waste management plan. And that's my part. This today is also a public meeting, so that it's recorded so that the public can review the information and provide feedback as a result of that. So there's no, like with an AP referendum, there's a kind of voting or assent process that's not required. Together with the, so in terms of next steps, staff will take away the learnings from today. We'll include it in our report out on solid waste management plan draft, and include in that, based on any direction provided at that time, a final draft can be presented to the public as part of the engagement process. That engagement process will also include further engagement with Sechelt Nation, with Squamish Nation. They were invited to participate here today as well. And any feedback heard and received will be then incorporated in the final solid waste management plan that will be presented to the board for approval, consideration. If that's granted, then we will submit it to the province for their review, and we have to see if they have any feedback at that time. So it will be then what will be presented to the public, to the ministry, will be the solid waste management plan and an engagement process report, which include what is the process we completed with PTAC, how do we engage with the nations, how do we engage with the public, and what have we heard from them, and how did we incorporate all that feedback in the ultimate plan. And if that's considered sufficient by the minister, then we're good to go.
Follow up, Director Bax.
Do we have a timeline for this whole process?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
I
so
believe there
when's the
was
draft
this-
coming out, and when do we submit it to the minister?
Submission to the ministries, depending on board direction and the engagement, presentation of the draft solid waste management plan to you is expected within the next month and a bit, or maybe even earlier or a little bit later.
All right, so lots coming
So shortly.
this fall. Yes. Okay. Wonderful. All right, directors, councillors, would anyone like to ask further questions to our staff and experts? I don't see any more hands. I believe this is it. Wrap up. If anyone has any words of wisdom they want to share before we leave, any final thoughts, we shall adjourn. Let's wrap it up. Thank you, everybody. This was excellent roundtable. Learned a lot, and looking forward to the next steps and for more reports coming to the board. Thank you to all participants.